If I may, everyone can hear me, right? We'll call this business meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission to order. First order of business, all participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions or comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act and as such may be placed on the commission's website. So first order of business, I'll kind of go around the room and introduce the people who may or may not participating in our business meeting today. I am Chair Doyle Yates from Fayetteville. I'll introduce the commissioners that are here with me today. To my left, Suzette Sparks from Rogers, Vice Chair of the Real Estate Commission. To my right, Tony Moore of Russellville, both are industry members. To Suzette's left, Dee Holcomb from Pine Bluff. She is a consumer member. And to my far right, Eugene Post of Fort Smith, who is also a consumer member. Support staff in the room today, Andrea Alford, Executive Director of the Commission, Melissa Goff, Deputy Director, Heather Garrett, AREC Supervisor, Udell Ward, Senior Investigator, Candace Riggins, Investigator, Sandy Egger, Executive Assistant, Julie Chavis, Assistant Attorney General, Bradley Dixon, Liaison to the Governor's Office. And at this point, Miss Julie, I believe we have a guest and you have an introduction.
Thank you. Whoa. They're hot. Wow. Good morning, commissioners. Today, it's my pleasure to introduce you to my colleague, Colonel Doug House. He's recently joined the State Agencies Division, and I don't know if he knows this is the reason I invited him here today, but I invited him here today because there is no better commission to learn from. There is no better commission in terms of doing everything the way it's supposed to be done, from your business meeting straight through to your hearings. And I just wanted him to see the best of the best.
Well, thank you. No pressure on us or anything. But Miss Julie keeps it between the kids. Yeah. So you know where it comes from. Okay, that said, let's go ahead and move into our business meeting. Consider approval of the April 2022 minutes.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented.
Motion to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Chairman Yates. For April 2022, we are closing in on the end of the fiscal year. Our total revenue receipted for the month and deposited was $78,965.44. If you'll turn to page 2, the general fund financial statement balance sheet, you will see a fund balance for the fiscal year of $1,761,701. A year-to-date increase to the fund of $330,443 for a current fund balance at the end of the month of $2,092,143. Our total revenue for the month was $73,810. Our total expenditures were $111,002. For the month, we had a decrease to the fund balance of 37,192, which yielded an annual increase of 334,43. And I will tell you, after closing on selling and buying my houses, I have a new appreciation for title agents who read numbers like this all day, every day, without stumbling. So if you have any questions, balance sheet, I'm happy to take those.
Just a quick question about variation on line 17, like these. Are just more and more licensee.
It could be a combination of that and just having more licensees. We can do a deeper dig into that. Sometimes it also has to do when the revenue is being receipted. And at this point, last year, we may have had more outstanding to receipt than we do at this point. I don't know that we're necessarily seeing a marked increase in our expirations and late fees and that sort of thing, but we can certainly look into that.
That was where my question. Or allowing that license. For this class,
Right.
that's all.
Mhm. 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 We'll take a look at that and get you some data.
Andrea, real quick, what is, in your recollection, did they have a $2 million end balance? Are we going to hit that 2 million, we think?
I think we will.
Is that ever, have we ever had a $2 million balance?
I'm sure we have, not since I've been director, obviously. Mhm. Right. Mhm.
And then last month I asked you about the
Mhm.
investment analytics up there. If you had any time to do that.
I have, I did discuss that with the CFO for the department. We've just completed the AOP planning process. So we've been tied up with doing our annual operations plan for fiscal year 23, but I should be able to gain some more headway on that now.
You bring us back that.
Yes, sir. I will tell you, commissioners, I did discuss the balance, the fund balance with the CFO, and would like to start getting estimates on a roof replacement for the building to hopefully build into the next biennial budget, which planning for that will start fairly soon. So we'll be working on that. I think it's probably long overdue. We had planned to do something along those lines during the renovation, but they ended up just kind of patching what needed to be patched. But we still, every time it rains, we have leaks in multiple places throughout the building. So I think it's time to just have something new done.
That was a repair situation that was taught last week. Okay.
We did, actually, right? Did I miss anything? Mhm. Mhm. I think we're in a pretty good place with that. Mhm. I think so. Now, we still have the issue of the amount of piping we have run throughout the building. And I do think that's something that we'll want to address. And we may look at getting quotes on that for the next biennium as well. Okay, moving on to the recovery fund. For the month, you'll see our beginning balance for the fiscal year, $1,174,372. Our net damages repaid for fiscal year 22 are $6,459. An increase to the fund year to date of $44,872 for a current fund balance at end of month, $1,212,784, which of course includes the accounts receivable of $295,936. Jason Whitley's license is expired, yes. If it was not expired, it would be suspended. Because you can't owe the recovery fund money and license. Yes, sir.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, commissioners.
So next item, broker experience with.
Yes, Deputy Director Goff will be presenting that this morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we have a licensee who is applying for a broker experience waiver request. His name is Mr. Christopher Samuels. He has been licensed as a salesperson from August of 2003 to 2018, so for about 15 years. His license did expire, I believe. He moved out of state, and he has a current sales license that has been in effect for the last 8 months. He has completed a 60-hour broker pre-license course. And so you have some materials in front of you to review. I apologize. On the day they were delivered to our agency, it was a monsoon. So that's why your papers are a little bit crinkled. They've been wet, but I'll give you just a few minutes to look over the materials. Mr. Samuels is here with us, and I'll ask him to come to the podium so that he can answer any questions you may have. Just let you know. Mortgage banking.
Doing commercial real estate. Is LLC. Hasn't been doing real estate. The last is active in the whole life as a salesperson.
We're ready to pick this back up again. Ms. Goff, you want to direct this?
I'd like to introduce Mr. Christopher Samuel.
Hi, Commission. I want to thank everybody.
morning.
Everybody's been very nice and accommodating. So I appreciate you seeing me today and looking at my request.
Questions for Mr. Samuel?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe Andrew, you could help me just a little bit with exactly what the waiver request, is it an experience request? Is it?
Yes, this is an experience request, so it will require that you demonstrate to the commission that you have 24 months of real estate related experience within the previous 48.
Okay.
So if you could speak to that, that might be helpful.
And then transactions is the number, what I saw listed as transactions appear short to me.
Because of the gap in time
Yeah,
of when I became inactive to active. It's
So-
actually,
so let's talk about the rules and make sure I have the rule correct.
Yes, sir.
It's within 48, right?
Mhm.
48 months.
Yes.
right.
Mhm.
So the window is a 48-month window.
Okay,
You would appear to be short on both of those windows.
right.
In the activity log, as far as the number of transactions booked and in the experience category. So if you
Right.
want to address both of those and help us figure out why we should give you a waiver in those
Well,
two categories.
It's a long story and I had my 2 years absence, I believe, right? Approximately 2 years. In that time, I didn't really practice real estate. Before that, I'd practiced real estate for 15 years continuously with some very good brokerage firms. I was lucky enough to do many transactions, both tenant representation, leasing, regular brokerage. If you added up the sum total in my career in dollars, it would probably be tens of millions, I think, in leases and brokerage. The last 48, I'd be guesstimating, but you've got that short list in which I wasn't really an employee getting experience. And then I put in, I said, well, I might as well activate my license again, but I still count
Would you
that.
let me jump in right there?
Yes, sir.
So in those activity lists, are those all for inside accounts? You didn't broker those?
No, sir. I oversaw them.
You oversaw them.
Yes, sir.
So those were purchased by this company that you're an employee for.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Now, yes, sir. Now an agent for
Okay, and so who is your principal broker now?
Dell Wallace, great PB,
And he's PB for what company?
Resource Realty.
Okay. And so you obtain commissions on those sales that you have here. Is that right?
No, I did not.
You did not?
None of those are commissionable events. I show you that just to show you that there is a reignition of experience in which I oversaw those in the manner of an employee directing in real estate. Now I've got my license. I think it's been 8 months that I've had my license. So I haven't completed a deal, but we have several deals. We're packaging them together. Should have deals coming through.
Okay, so let me stop you there.
Yes, sir.
if you will, so in the last 8 months, since you reactivate your salesperson license, you haven't made any commission income sales in that 8-month period. Is that correct?
Not yet, but I've written a lot of contracts, just haven't gone through yet. I've taken them from T to T, I just haven't gotten them closed.
Well, sir, I will tell you, unless you can help me otherwise, I'm certain everything that you're telling me is the truth, except we have the 48 months for a purpose. We have the transaction log for a purpose, and that is the development inside the real estate industry and the advancement of which it changes, the speed of life.
It has changed.
It does change, right? And so that's how come for a broker's license waiver, it is in that window.
Right,
And for that reason, I'm out. Okay, so I'll not be voting in favor.
okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So on your resume,
Mhm.
Mr. Samuel, March 2013 to April 2019, you were the founder of Samuel Properties?
Yes, ma'am. It was an entity that ran separate with my other jobs.
So you had a brokerage, you worked for buyers and sellers representing high-value tenants.
Right.
Did you have your broker's license at that time?
I did not, but I had a principal broker.
Okay, that was my question.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
so
I've
much.
never operated without a principal broker.
Thank you.
So my question is, were you licensed at that point?
At that point, 15 years, yes, sir.
So when did you first pass the real estate exam as? a person?
15 years ago, a little over 15 years
Yeah,
ago.
that would have been helpful. It's just that licensing history that we typically get in the binder anyway, so we can tell when he
Yes,
was
sir.
first licensed, when he went inactive, when he reactivated, so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
He
Um,
was continuously active from August of 2003 until December 31st of 2018.
Right.
And,
Okay.
and I know we have the 48-hour clause, but that's a significant amount of real estate.
Well, let me ask this question. Why do you need a waiver? Why do you need a broker's license?
Because I have an opportunity to start this company, become independent in some sorts, which a principal broker allows you to do, a license. I love my principal brokers. I love my principal broker now. But it is an opportunity, in fact, that happened, in fact, during the time after I was inactive. So I have 8 months under my belt, 1.2 years. I understand the reason for it, but there's a whole body of work completed that's massive for most brokers or agents. I actually took my class years ago when I had my firstborn. I didn't know how crazy raising a kid was, but I took the broker class. I never took the test. So I understand the laws, and I did state, you're probably not seeing a very good picture because of me and the fact of the deal transactions, because I kind of took the wrong snippet, and I see what y'all are talking about. But as a bulk real estate agent, I would say, as far as transactionally, the type of real estate that I've done, leasing, brokerage from Fortune 500 companies, retail representation, to representing and brokering, not brokering, but managing and being the agent for the second tallest building in the state of Arkansas, office experience. And then a lot of just general brokerage. When I say
Let me
brokerage,
phone you back to my question.
yes, sir.
My question is, why do you need a broker's license? at this
Opportunity.
point? Okay, that's perceived opportunity on your part.
Perceived
Right.
opportunity.
What do you intend to do with it other than hang your own shingle and open your own firm?
I intend to help represent this company or start this company, which will basically be a company formed not only to do transactional real estate in any way, but to service this new company that's doing well, purchasing gas stations, et cetera. It's just the here and now opportunity to be able to do that. Came at an
So,
awkward time.
Will you have salespeople?
Not at first. Nobody will be under my purview at first. I will be under 2 lawyers We have 2 in-house lawyers that oversee every contract that I do.
But they're not real estate brokers.
They're not real estate brokers.
But even though you don't intend to maybe immediately hire anyone, once you have the broker's license, I'll bet you can, the following day, start hiring.
Yes, sir.
I'm with Commissioner Moore. If there wasn't a reason for the 48, that you have to have 24 months within the past 48 months, then the commission wouldn't have set that guideline. And if it doesn't need to be there, then, looking at 24 months in any time frame, and that's what we're forced to do with your request, is look at 24 months more. You can actually turn out more than that, but in an unlimited time frame. And so from 2016 forward, in the last 6 years, this business has changed monumentally. And is continuing to change. So you can still do real estate transactions with the current broker that you're with. I would suggest that there is a great deal to be learned from that broker as you move forward. Once your 24 months is complete, then you don't even have to come back here. You will have your time frame to start your
Yes, sir.
brokerage. And Mr. Samuel, you've done a great job, but you think about the fact that we have 4,000,
Yes, sir.
over 4,000 brokers
Yes, sir.
licensed in the state of Arkansas. Each one of them came up the same way as all of us, went through the same process.
Yes, sir.
You're asking, in essence, to be able to cut the line. And I see those 4,000's face as I'm looking at you saying, what's exceptional? Why are you letting this guy cut in line? And where we had to go through all of the process. And so there's more than one leg to this stool for me. And so I look at those every time and I say, I'm accountable to those 4,000 people to say we made them go through a very specific set of education and practicing experience in that same window that you're asking us. And therefore, that's another leg to that stool I want you to understand about why I'm voting that way.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
Go ahead.
May I ask a question? If I were to be an executive broker, would that be acceptable?
No.
No.
No. The thought I guess I would leave you with, for me anyway, is it's not that we don't grant waivers. We have in the past on a very limited basis. But by and large, it has been because of urgency. There has been something that has happened within a company that the current broker has become ill, they've passed away, situations beyond the applicant's control that is putting them here asking for a waiver. And that's pretty much the place that I am with granting waivers. There needs to be some urgency. And just wanting to use Commissioner Moore's term, jump the line, or just
That's not my
accelerate.
intention. That
I
wasn't-
understand. Just accelerate the process because I want to get in business for myself.
Yes, sir.
It's really not something
Yes, sir.
that we have entertained,
Yes, sir.
not since I've been here. Anyway.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none. Oh. I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion to decline the request.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you all very much for your
You
time.
bet.
I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Commissioners, by way of our legislative and rulemaking update, I wanted to let you know about a couple significant meetings I have this week. The first is on Wednesday. I will present our proposed new and amended rules to the ALC Administrative Rules Review Committee. That is Wednesday, the 18th at 9 a.m. And this is the rule package that was a result of rulemaking required from the 2021 session. We recently had the public hearing. And then on Thursday, we are presenting our report to the Occupational Licensing Review Subcommittee, which is also known as the Sunset Review. So our number is up and it's time for that presentation. And what I have given you is our report to that committee. The first is a report that is titled Occupational Authorizations for the meeting of the ALC Occupational Licensing Review Subcommittee. This was the report we submitted through the portal. After the committee began their work, they noticed they were asking some of the same questions to the different entities. So they developed an additional questionnaire, which is the second document that you have. And I am in the first group to have presented this questionnaire in advance of the committee meeting, and that will be on Thursday at noon. So I wanted you to have these documents and know that that's what we've got going on this week. And certainly if any of you would like to come sit beside me, you're welcome to.
Is this honorable discharge?
Honorable discharge?
Yes.
I don't,
So I'm just reading over here, it talks about returning from service, different things, but it doesn't specifically say honorable discharge.
oh, on the uniform service member licensure question. Honestly, I would have to go back and look at the act. I know in Act 820, the definition specified that it was a discharge other than dishonorable.
That's what I'm saying, I recall that language.
Mhm. I don't know if that was,
Yeah.
So I don't see that on here.
well, this is not,
This is not anything official that's going to be a problem, correct?
this is not our rules. This is the report for the Sunset Committee, and that's their language.
Okay, that's
So,
your language,
mhm.
that's not anything approved.
Yes, this is just asking if each of these license types offers automatic licensure for uniform service members.
Thank you.
So anything other than dishonorable would include general discharge, which is a step below honorable discharge. But it's not.
Right.
dishonorable.
But it's not a dishonorable.
Right.
So as long as it says anything other than a dishonorable.
I would have to go look. Honestly, that's,
That is the.
Not for us to decide anyway.
what this report does is it tells the committee how many licenses, registrations, and permits or certifications we issue. It tells the committee about each of those licenses, registrations, or certifications. It tells them how many we currently have. It tells them what the purpose of the certification is. It also tells them what the fees are, whether or not those fees are charged annually, if they're one-time fees, all of that. And then it also gives the agency a chance to weigh in on any certifications or renewals where we see the need for a lessening of the requirements. And that's where the supporting evidence documents would come in. And there was not anything that I found in my review where we needed to support or submit any of that evidence. However, the committee does have purview to make that decision and to make a recommendation that certain certifications, licenses, or registrations be either lessened or in some cases repealed.
But they usually take your lead. Most of them.
That's so far from the committee meetings that I've observed, yes, ma'am. Mhm.
But the temperature right now would be more in the direction of lessening than increasing. And we're not asking for either.
Mhm.
Correct.
Correct. Certainly not going with an increased ask before this committee.
Okay, moving along. Upcoming events, travel.
Yes, so the ARA leadership meeting was scheduled for the same date as the June commission meeting. So we have rescheduled the June commission meeting to June 6th.
Andrea, is that a one-day meeting at this point? Just June
Yes,
6th?
it is. It was going to be a 2-day meeting, but we are shifting to July being a 2-day meeting at this point.
And any disciplinary hearings for June, or has that been pushed over to July as well?
I believe they've all been pushed to July. So we will have business meeting and applicants in June.
Okay,
Then we have the Arello Annual Conference, August 29th through September 2nd in Nashville. I'm in the process of requesting travel approval from the department for staff, and I am making additional request. And it would be helpful to have the commissioner's blessing on this if you are so inclined to bless. For several years, I have been of the opinion that it would be valuable for the agency's legal counsel to attend the Arello conferences. Under the Arkansas State travel rules, the agency who derives the benefit from a state employee's travel, if that state employee is loaned from another state agency, can reimburse that traveler's expenses. And so I would like to request authorization from the department that not only our travel be approved, but that the agency be approved to reimburse travel for Assistant AG Julie Chavis to attend the Arello Annual Conference.
I hear a motion.
So moved.
Any thoughts, questions, comments? I think it's a great idea. Julie, it's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, the more I can learn about this industry,
Sure,
the better I can represent this commission.
very good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Chavis is going. Okay,
Thank you.
well, you're
Commissioners.
going to request it at this point, right?
Yes, sir. And then finally, we have the ARA Annual Trade Show and Convention. The date we have here is September 12th. I'm assuming it's longer than one day in Jonesboro.
Right.
So we will look forward to that.
Staffing updates. Oh, let me ask a question though on convention. Any plans to do any presentation on the part of the commission?
I will certainly be glad to. I haven't spoken to Mickey about that, but I can reach out to her and see.
Any interest on this panel about doing that? Okay,
It would be nice to have something in person.
right.
after
Mhm.
years
It's been a
of
while.
Zoom.
So whether it's panel discussion or how we might go about it,
Absolutely.
I think we need to have a presence there.
Okay.
Staffing updates.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I am very pleased to let you know that we have filled our front desk position. And I'd like to introduce you to Miss Tony Noblet. Lee, would you stand? Today, today is her very first day on the job, and we
All
are
right.
so excited to have her. She has some great experience. She formerly worked for the Game and Fish Commission, and so we're very excited to have her on our team.
Well, we'll expect to see you in camo once in a while. Right.
And now I'll turn it over.
And
to
I'll,
Board is limited crop this weekend. But you're not doing that anymore, so it's all good.
yeah, we'll make it a habit to come through the front door every once in a while. We typically come through the back door and we don't know who's up front, so welcome.
And I'll now turn the floor over to Ms. Heather Garrett to give an update on the investigations team.
Commissioners, I do need to let you know that investigator Cindy Dykus has left our agency to go back to a previous position. When I spoke with her, she said that she very much wanted to tell you how much she has enjoyed working here and getting to know each of you through the hearing processes. We have already posted that position on the AR Careers website, and as of Friday, I believe we had 9 or 10 applicants, and Melissa and I have already started reviewing those, so we'll be scheduling interviews for that position as soon as we possibly can, and look forward to filling that with a new staff member.
Very good.
Ms. Andrews, if we have a pay raise for that, is that pay raise, is that status?
We are in the process of making that request.
Okay.
It's with the department at present.
Yeah, at least now, while they're still talking about all the surplus.
Right. I will tell you, we do have the department's support. So next step will be for the department to send it on to OPM, and then we'll need OPM support, and then we'll need to go before the committee.
Okay. Department reports. Licensing.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I would call your attention in your notebook to the May licensing report. We currently, as of the end of April, had 15,302 licensees, 13,056 of which are active. This represents an increase of almost 800 over the same time last year. And again, for the month of in April, it's our highest number of licensees since 1991. We are currently working towards establishing a portal with the Arkansas State Police to speed up our background processes. We've been actively working on that with our website provider, as well as DIS that helps us with our database so they can interact. So we're hoping to make some progress. We had some fairly final meetings last week to talk about the processes, and so now it's going to be a matter of getting the full rate quote for the to implement it, as well as establishing our process for notifications.
So are they giving you a timeline?
They have not. We have requested that we would like to have this done before year end. So they haven't given us any guarantees, but we're very hopeful.
Well, help a novice here. Why is it taking so long to turn the ship around? I mean, end of the year, that's 7 more months.
Actually, in state government, June 30th is our end of the year.
Oh, okay.
The end of our fiscal.
Well, when you
year,
said
yes.
end of the year, yeah. I was thinking December, what's going on? But like I said, help a novice, right? Very good, thanks. That is certainly needed. That is the choke point in licensing for all applicants. And for brokerages as well, trying to get these people in and get them up to speed, and they're sitting there for a month or longer waiting on.
It
Background checks.
absolutely is. And, you know, of course, that's something that we cannot control here.
Sure. Hopefully this allows us to shorten that time frame.
Yes, sir.
Investigation report.
Good morning, Commissioners. You will see your complaint investigation report, and I wanted to update a couple of the numbers. Your report reflects 98 investigations in process, and that number is now 92. There are 70 applicants in process at present. Also, the number of cases waiting for the answer from the respondents is down to 23. And that just, the can flex quite a bit 1 week to the next as more cases go to Andrea for review and she gets those reviewed. So that number is constantly changing, and it is changing in a positive direction, which we appreciate. You will notice that we have completed 42 complaint cases in 22 and 59 applicant cases as of May 9th. We've received a total of 42 complaints in 2022, which is an average of 10.5 per month. We had some disciplinary hearings that were scheduled for the month of June. Those are now being rescheduled for the July date. And so the June meeting, we look to have 3 applicants at that June meeting for June 6th.
How many disciplinary for July?
We haven't set that, at least 3, maybe 4.
Okay.
We have quite a few cases ready to go. We've been working on getting those orders ready so that they can go out early. So we are ready to schedule those out.
Good. I know everyone on this panel wants to see us move through that
Yes.
quickly as possible. Okay.
You'll also see the dismissal report on the second page, that there will be additional cases in next month's report that were dismissed at the beginning of May, which has changed that that number for our current cases in process. So you'll see some additional dismissals on next month's report. I also wanted to share a few numbers with you about applications. We are looking at the number of applications and the number of applicants who go under review in the investigations department. So I'm going to give you the 2021 numbers, and then I will give you so far the year to date in 2022. In 2021, we had a total of 3,129 applicants processed, and 260 of those applicants came under investigation. Out of those 260 applicants under investigation, 46 resulted in either a formal hearing or a consent agreement in order to receive either a waiver or permission for licensure. And that's a total of 18% of our applicants in 2022 ended up having either a hearing or a consent order before they could become licensed. So far in 2022, we've had 1,181 applications processed and 68 applicants have come under investigation. So far, we've only had 4 of those applicants come through a hearing process, and so our number for hearing is low. Looking at the numbers, we've averaged about 8% of our applicants year to year that end up going under investigation. And for instance, in 2020, we had 8% of all applicants under investigation and 19% of those requiring a hearing of some sort. In 2021, the percentage that ended up going to hearing was %. Right now, we're at 6%. We expect that to rise as the year goes forward.
Total applicants since first of the year, 1,100.
1,181 have been processed since the beginning of the year.
And do I understand that 798 of them were in the month of April?
I do not have that number.
I have that
It's on
number.
that total number of persons licensed.
That's,
It's
So
showing.
in April, we processed 273 applicants for a total of 1,181 for the year.
Right.
so
I'm
the,
I'm
this,
looking at the sheet.
that's, that number, the 798 is the difference from this year, from last year. So May 1st to May 1st, we increased 798, but that doesn't mean those are new applicants.
Okay.
We're processing 295, I believe, from the numbers you're not talking about.
Yes.
295 is the number for this year,
Mhm.
per month average.
Average, okay.
295.
I'd just be interested to know if that is, because of seasonal, if that is going up month over month.
It's, so for January, we had 224, February 155, March 529, April 273. So far in May, we have received 186.
Slowing down somewhat.
So if,
April did anyway,
Mhm,
whether it may
right.
bears that out or not. Okay,
Mhm.
very good. Any questions, thoughts? Just for clarification, my agenda shows our first waiver hearing at 10.
that's correct.
Commissioner Moore shows 9:30.
It's 10. I
Okay.
apologize, commissioners.
just
We
wanna make
had
sure
a
that-
change to the agenda.
The applicants understand that it's set for 10 and not 9:30.
Yes.
Okay, well, the last item on there, education report. And we will have wrapped up the business meeting and can move on.
Okay, commissioners, you have in your binder the May 2022 real estate education report. I wanted to keep the dates for the educator retreat in front of you, which I'll do every month, October 16th through the 18th. So hopefully you can keep your calendars open on those dates. We've had 4 meetings of the task force since your last commission meeting, and I appreciate Commissioner Sparks for sitting in and helping on those meetings, providing valuable input. The broker education team has met twice. Carolyn Cobb is the team leader, and the recommendations that have come out of that team, they really want to recommend a broker specific CE course be developed. And they highlight the different things that they think need to be covered in depth for a broker specific CE course. They also recommended a broker mentor group to where brokers can contact other brokers who have expertise in varying areas of real estate, whether it be commercial, agriculture, residential, property management, et cetera, with a very careful, some very careful language on liability of advice given by broker mentors. In other words, not practicing law for sure.
Right.
Commissioner Sparks, do you have anything you'd like to add about that team?
Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, and there were lots of ideas. I appreciate Deputy Director Goff for all that she did to put those together and for her participation in those as well. The broker mentors, there was a lot of discussion on how to do those to best waive liability. And one of the things that came up was to potentially have a couple of different, maybe 2 or 3 different brokers that weigh in on each topic. And so that was one option. I felt like it was a good meeting or we had good meetings in that group, and I'd like to see some of the things implemented.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I would say my thought, and not having been in those discussions and heard what the comments were, a broker mentoring would have to be completely based on trust. Because I think there would be a great deal of reservation on the part of a lot of brokers, even though they may understand that they need help or they could use some guidance. The idea that they would reach out to someone and that would not remain confidential and could be used against them, that, gosh, you work for that broker. That guy's calling me about twice a week asking advice. You just well come here instead of stay there. That has that potential. So it's got to be based on that individual's ability to trust who they reach out to. And I'm not sure how we bridge that gap.
And we discussed that. We came up with a lot of issues. But ultimately, we decided that sitting on our hands and doing nothing isn't working. And so we, to your point, that came up specifically and a lot of other issues. But like I said, ultimately, we felt like we needed to do something. We could structure it in a way that it was brokers outside of their market, perhaps, or in writing and have that filtered through a third party, or like I said, multiple broker responses for one issue. I know everybody's going to have, as aligned as we are in our thinking, we'll probably differ on how to handle situations to some extent. So maybe having several options or a few options for the broker to choose from.
Right. Oh, don't get me wrong. I applaud a lot of the things that are in here, and a broker specific course would be foremost among those. Like I said, I didn't have the benefit of the discussion, but that unless there are ways to reassure that person reaching out of confidentiality, we could have the greatest mentoring program out there. People not using it, it's not doing anything.
I agree completely. Sir,
Food for
Okay.
thought.
Thank you for the work.
thank you.
Could the brokers possibly be anonymous when they give their opinion when they are asked?
I think it's probably more anonymity on the part of the broker asking the question rather than the. That might be an option.
I recall being in a roundtable at Savannah. Several states have a broker mentor Q&A type program. A broker to broker, it's out of market. So Willow, our connection to Willow has some opportunity there, Ms. Goff, to see what some other states are doing and maybe, and they did say it was working extremely well.
Good.
So it received high marks. One lady says the best thing that they'd ever done. But the association, of course, was involved too. They blessed it and we're kind of helping facilitate. But it received some really high marks on my group. Said it probably saved a whole lot of complaints.
Mike,
Commissioners were involved. The commissioners took a rotation in this one state. I can't think that was Portland, but I'm not sure that was a large market. But the commission did have a broker representative that rotated inside the pen. So they did.
my concern in these meetings was the opposite of Chairman Yates. My concern was the broker giving bad advice as
Right.
opposed to the broker seeking advice, being reluctant. And what kind of message that would send. That was the reasoning in our discussion, to have multiple answers. Having a commissioner involved and maybe vetting the responses might be an option.
That's a thought. Another we could approach it is similar to the Arello listservs where, I'll email the administrator's listserv and I will ask, how do you do this in your jurisdiction? And instead of the administrator saying, well, you should do it this way, they say, well, in Ohio, we do X, Y, and Z. And I can take from each of their responses what will work best for our jurisdiction. So that might be a way of kind of countering some of the bad advice.
We hate to put more workload on you.
I would offer that there's some loose form of mentoring that goes on anyway. There are brokers in my market that call me. I know they call Suzette. I know they call Tony, but they do so because they trust that we're not using it against them, that we don't go out and talk about it. And so I have to believe there are other brokers. So maybe trying to pull some organization to what already exists is a good approach to it. But I appreciate what Tony.
What would you think about this? So we're talking about our involvement at the commission, at the convention, I'm sorry. What if we tried to make our emphasis on a special call broker roundtable? Tip it off in a real old type discussion format that we kind of chair it, that it would be, and we make it a call out for brokers. Now, the last time they did that, I believe it was in Branson, and there was like the room was packed full.
Right.
And if we were to be the center of that dialogue right here, we might actually really be able to knock that thing into positive direction. And we limit the dialogue to say, this is a broker meeting and it's about broker issue and it's about trying to answer these problems. And we might call for who would volunteer to be on that part of that Q&A. That might work.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, in those kind of settings, if brokers could submit their question in writing and no one knows who the broker is that asked the question, then they're much more free to throw the question out there.
Hello?
But again, you put brokers in a room and somebody raised their hand and says, I don't understand this. Everyone's looking at them going, where you been? But it allows people to be much more transparent about what the issues are. So maybe that's
I have a
good approach. Yes.
I have a suggestion. Perhaps you could have people write their questions on index cards anonymously, shuffle them up, and then just have the panel address them, something like that. I know this is a crazy example, but a friend of my parents used to teach sex education and to teenagers. And he didn't want them to be embarrassed, but he wanted them to ask questions, no matter how crazy they were. And that's what he did, and it was very effective. No one was embarrassed. No one knew who had asked the question. Just a suggestion.
That's a
Maybe
great
we
idea.
could combine the two.
Well, that is getting very creative. And I would like to be a fly on the wall.
I think I'm unavailable that day.
Okay.
The next team that met was the one that was tasked with developing an AQ, kind of going off what Tim Grooms recommended at the educator retreat. And Caleb Moore heads up that team. And again, I appreciated Commissioner Sparks being a part of that team discussion. And something that Commissioner Moore and I learned at Arello that has been effective, and this group liked the possibility of starting some short YouTube presentations that could be driven out to either different jurisdictions, social media, perhaps emailed the link out to the brokers, but just quick 2 to 5 minute YouTube videos talking about just some of the issues that brokers deal with, termination of contracts, appraisal verbiage is kind of a controversial sometimes topic right now. But so the group moving forward, not only do they want to continue the recommended topics, but They also want to send surveys out to brokers and educators for other suggestions of topics. So that task force will meet again this month. Any questions on that task force? And the remaining task force that met was a group of educators working on developing self-assessment tools for our instructors and educators. And so we're currently working on a survey to be sent, looking to what is valued in the classroom and to look at how instructors are currently self-evaluating. One of the comments that several educators stated was licensees just requesting what courses meet when, trying to fit the courses into their schedule rather than considering what topics might best benefit them. So that is a little bit of a frustration level among educators. They recommended more auditing of courses, and we currently, Courtney has an auditing schedule that she's working on to audit both in person as well as we're going to be requesting random recordings of online courses for evaluation. And it was also recommended out of this group that we cut our videos of commission meetings down to just disciplinary hearings, just snippets of the disciplinary hearings to send out to educators to use in their classes.
Send to educators?
Yes,
Is that
for
what you
use
said?
in their
Because
classes.
this is to brokers.
I'm sorry, it should be educators
Okay.
and brokers.
Right, okay.
And I'll be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Any questions, comments?
I know you and I spent a lot of time, Savannah, interviewing on these topics. And specifically, what the two that came back was correct, that the commission will send an email out for evaluation after class. That was absolutely the most effective form of evaluation. And that was, they said you just pretty much had to have it that way. The YouTube video was a big hit in those broker offices that we. And then on the auditing, the courses was ghost auditors were the most effective. That's from the people that they didn't know who the auditor was. It's a volunteer that the association, local association, had a list of people who volunteered to audit, and they were unknown to the educator. They rotated it. That created some very, very good evaluations. Because somebody, if you show up, certainly they're gonna know we better straighten up today. Scott's here, Andrew's here, but if Mr. Sparks is auditing and no one knows it. I think it's important.
That's what I was gonna ask. Are we able to audit as commissioners, as an extension of the commission?
You could audit, however, if anything happened in the course of that audit that led to disciplinary action, you would have to recuse from the hearing.
But that's the Savannah report basically saying these were the most effective ways. But I would go after the class and I'd track them down and say, hey, I have to do this, I have to do that.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Ms. Goff, yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Any other business?
No, sir, I believe that's all.
Hearing none, we will adjourn this business meeting. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. We've been in here for a while. And come back and we will start our waiver hearings. ready to proceed? Okay, the time is 10:20. And at this point, I'm going to call this hearing of Arkansas Real Estate Commission to order. First of all, I have a little housekeeping to do here, just so everyone has been put on notice. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act and as such may be placed on the commission's website. We've handled that. So at this point, I'm going to move around the room, Mr. Stoner, and introduce some people who may or may not have a part in today's waiver hearing. You are here requesting a waiver for licensure, correct? Yeah,
That's
if you'll
correct.
move that, you might move that binder out of the way, because if both of you are going to be testifying, I'd put it in the middle where you both can be heard. But that's correct, right?
That's correct.
Very good. So at this point, I'm Chair of the Real Estate Commission, Doyle Yates. I'm from Fayetteville. I'll introduce the commissioners up here. To my left, Suzette Sparks. She is Vice Chair of the Commission. She is from Rogers. To her left is Dee Holcomb of Pine Bluff. Dee is a consumer member. Ms. Sparks is an industry member, practicing licensee. To my right is Tony Moore. Tony is from Russellville and is an industry member. And to Tony's right is Eugene Post of Fort Smith, and he is a consumer member. Around the room, we have Andrea Alford, Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission, Melissa Goff, Deputy Director, Heather Garrett. To my left, AREC Supervisor. Back towards the back, Udell Ward, Senior Investigator, Candace Riggins, Investigator. My far, well, actually, she's not in the room. Sandy Egger, Executive Assistant. To my left, Julie Chavis, Assistant Attorney General, representing Commission today. To my right, Amy Ward. I got that wrong. Our court reporter for the day. I know she'll say it correctly. And that Bradley Dixon, liaison with the Governor's Office, and back to the front and on my right, Charles Moulton, who is today's hearing officer. So at this point, I'm going to turn the hearing over to our hearing officer.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Stahl before the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Michael Tyler Stoner, applicant, docket numbers FH3778. Mr. Stoner, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Michael Tyler Stoner.
All right, and who do you have here with you this morning?
This is my principal broker, Zach Saxon.
Welcome. Ms. Chavis, could you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
All right, let me take care of a few housekeeping matters before we gravitate into testimony and evidence. I will take judicial notice of the statutes and the rules that are governing this particular proceeding, specifically Arkansas Code annotated section 17-402-302, as well as the chair mentioned, the FOI and the Administrative Procedures Act. I have a packet of exhibits, A through B and 1 through 5. Is that correct, Ms. Chavis?
That is correct.
Ms. Stoner, do you have any objection to the admission of these exhibits?
I have no objection.
All right. Let me just get for the record, you are representing yourself here this morning, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you are ready to proceed, correct?
That's correct.
And you're doing a fabulous job. We have a court reporter right here. It's very important that you give a verbal response to any question that you're asked, as opposed to an uh-huh and a nod of the head, because it's difficult for her to take that down. So let me just give you just a nickel version of how the process is going to work. It's my understanding you met with Ms. Chavis ahead of time, correct?
Yes, I did.
And typically, because you're asking for some type of determination to grant you a license. Technically, Mr. Chairman, this one's not a waiver because it's 302. Certain, Ms. Chavis is probably a heck of a lot more familiar with your rules and laws than I am. But this is, I guess, the commission's decision whether or not he's eligible for a license as opposed to a waiver. So typically you have the burden, you go first, but Ms. Chavis instead is going to go ahead and ask you questions to kind of ease the process through. Is your principal broker going to be giving testimony this morning as well? Or is he just here for moral support?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Ms. Chavis, how many witnesses do you have?
I'll be calling Mr. Stoner, Mr. Saxon, and possibly Mr. Watlington, who is the executive broker.
Okay. So she's going to go ahead and ask the questions. All right. I run the hearing for the benefit of yourself as well as the commission. After she's done asking questions of each individual witness, it's going to be a little different because the commission has the opportunity to ask questions as well, and more that they will. All right. After Ms. Chavis is done with her case, if there's anything else you want to add to it, and again, you're under no, there's no real reason for you to do that, but if you feel that you want to add something, I'll give you the opportunity to do that as well. Once all the evidence is in, the commission goes off the record, they deliberate, and then they come back out and announce their decision with a motion and a vote, okay? If at any time you don't understand what's going on, let me know, because one of my roles is to make certain that you get a fair hearing in front of this commission, okay? Great.
Thank you.
You already didn't object, so without objection, we'll go ahead and admit exhibits A through B and 1 through 5. And we're going to go ahead and publish those to the commission because, Mr. Stoner, they haven't had an opportunity to read any of this. They're coming at this fresh. And while they read this, they're going to go ahead and go off the record while we do that. And once they're done reading the file, we'll come back on the record and we'll get started. In the interim, Ms. Chavis, let's go ahead and swear in the witnesses so I do not forget. Mr. Stoner?
Mr.
Gentlemen,
Stoner,
could you-
Mr. Saxon, and Mr. Watlington, if you'd all be sworn.
All right, gentlemen, would you be so kind? You swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. We are off the record.
We're ready to go back on the record.
Okay, we're back on the record. The commission has finished its review of the exhibits. Ms. Chavis, would you be so kind as to call your first witness?
Thank you. I'd like to call Michael Tyler Stoner. Mr. Stoner, if you would please state your name and your address.
My name is Michael Tyler Stoner. My address is 3915 Seraph Drive, Conway, Arkansas, 72034.
And you're here today seeking to be licensed as a real estate salesperson. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm going to go through the issues of fact that are in the order of notice of hearing that is behind tab A. I just want to verify that information with you. On or about June 10th of 2021, so almost a year ago, about 11 months ago, a default judgment was entered against you in the Circuit Court of Faulkner County, Arkansas, in which you were ordered to pay $66,516.40 to the plaintiff, Precision Construction, plus attorney's fees and costs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Ms. Chavis, hold on a second, I'm sorry. Mr. Stoner, just pull that microphone towards you so you don't have to keep on
Yeah.
across the table.
There you go. And first of all, as of today, I believe you have paid $7,375.35. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have proof of those payments?
Not with me, but I can get those proofs. Yes.
Okay.
Those were paid in certified funds.
Okay. And that leaves a balance of $59,141.05. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe that the default was taken against you by Precision Construction and its owner, Ryan Bradbury. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you owned a business that did, I'm going to paraphrase and insult, but cleanup work after.
We did what's called disaster remediation and repairs. So we would come in after a disaster and make sure things were clean, safe, dry, and ready to be rebuilt.
Okay. And during the course of running that business, you did work with Precision Construction, and you owed Precision Construction some money for some unpaid invoices. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you did not file a response to the summons and complaint when he sued you.
That's correct. We entered into a default judgment because it's a rightful debt. We had no intention of trying to fight that.
Okay, so you admit that you owed that money and you did not fight it in court. You just allowed the court to enter a default judgment against you.
That's correct. That way that we could enter into a forbearance agreement and work on a way to make the debt right.
And have you
Correct.
done that?
We have, yes.
And there was a statement in the file, in the information that you provided, that stated that you hope to have this debt paid off by the end of 2022. That's a lot of money to pay off by the end of 2022. How do you propose doing that?
Well, of course, my wife's a real estate agent, and then, hopefully with our licensure, we'll be able to work together. But also our attorneys the debt arose from several unpaid invoices to us, I believe over about approximately 8 projects. And our attorneys are working on the collections for those as well.
Oh, so if you're able to collect, then you'll be able to turn that money over to Mr. Bradbury.
That's right. These were never, I want to make it clear that these were never invoices that we got paid on the project and then just decided not to pay them. These were as a result of projects that we were never paid on, and therefore we just couldn't simply handle the debt.
Okay. And I believe there is an exhibit at 5-2, and it's actually a letter from Mr. Bradbury writing a letter of support explaining that the dispute was not the result of unprofessional conduct. Mr. Stoner has made payments towards that debt, and it is my understanding Mr. Stoner is doing everything he can to repay that debt and make it right between us. I worked with Mr. Stoner for several years and never had cause to believe that he was unprofessional or otherwise engaged in any wrongdoing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So basically, in that letter, he backs up what you just said, was that he knew that it was not due to any kind of malfeasance or misfeasance on your part. It was just you weren't getting paid and therefore could not pay him.
That's correct. And just to add to that, Ryan and I's relationship essentially started right after I started the company. And previous to these projects, we worked and did multiple projects together before all this situation arose, and had no issues with those.
And is there any bad blood between you now?
We're friends to this day, and I still refer him business.
Okay, very good. And how often do you make payments? Do you make regular payments on a monthly basis or?
So originally we had scheduled monthly payments following not only this, the closure of our business, and then just having trouble collecting those past due debts, which are over $100,000 on our part, owed to us. We actually renegotiated our forbearance agreement so that we didn't have to make regular payments. We have essentially now have a time frame to pay it off before any collections occur. And we also have we have 2 time frames, one to pay it off, and then if we can pay it off before additional, it prevents us from incurring any fees or interest or anything like that.
Okay, and you are abiding by that?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know what the end date is on that forbearance agreement?
I do not know. It would not be too hard for me to find that, but it's next year. It's in 2023.
Okay, but you're hoping to pay it off before then, if at all possible?
I feel very confident. Yes.
Okay, and today you have 2 gentlemen with you. You have Zach Saxon, who's a principal broker at Eagle Rock Realty, and Justin Watlington, who's an executive broker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How long have you known Mr. Saxon and Mr. Watlington?
Oh, gosh. Mr. Saxon, definitely over 5 years. I'm not sure on the exact number, and Mr. Watlington, probably pretty similar.
Okay. And when you contacted those folks about being a principal broker and executive broker, did you explain to them that you had this debt that you were working on paying off?
Yes, not initially, and then after, yes, we did.
Okay.
Not immediately, but then afterwards, and he was well aware of it still.
Okay, and he's still willing to be your principal broker? Is that your understanding? I'm
That's
going to
my
ask him that. I'm going to
That's
ask
my
him that
understanding.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And I believe other than that default judgment, you don't have any other disqualifying issues. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm also would like to point out, you have at exhibit number 5, it is actually an email from Mr. Saxon to Heather Garrett, and that he was aware of previous business and that there were dealings that went wrong that caused a legal dispute, and that he's confident that the situation was not in any way a result of Tyler being unethical, nor is it a reflection of his trustworthiness, that it boiled down to bad timing on both parties, and that he's happy to endorse you. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any further questions of this witness at this time, and I would like to ask Mr. Saxon some questions once the commissioners have had a chance.
Okay, Commissioners, any questions at this point in time?
Turn this on, I'll get it on. Walk me through this process of what you were doing. So a homeowner has a leak and it floods the house when they're gone. They call you and you come in and and I don't know what kind of agreement you had, but now you're going to clean all this up. And then they're going to file an insurance claim. And in some cases, the insurance won't pay for it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then it seems like, did you have some agreement with the homeowner? Why is the homeowner not paying you for that?
Well, and therein lies my a large failure and mistake in business, right? Because it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? You want to, first of all, we did have agreements with them and they were under contract. So ultimately they are liable regardless or not of whether they file an insurance claim. And we, did our best to try to pick and choose our customers accordingly too, and make sure that we vetted them and make sure they were a good fit. However, then when it comes to, getting someone to pay a large debt, especially after, in some cases incurring a really traumatic loss, if nothing else, a major inconvenience, and then balancing that with one, collecting the money that's owed to us, but also preserving our reputation. It's a hard industry, and it definitely becomes a fine line to walk, I would say, be my response.
Well, give me an example of what kind of a situation did you do all that? And the insurance company say, well, we can't cover that. I mean, I don't get where that happens.
Yeah, it's a great example. We had a project here in West Little Rock. It was a second story bathroom. The bathroom leaked and went down both stories, exterior walls. And it just also happened to be in the most expensive part of the home, which is the kitchen. And so without, over explaining, long story short, it was about $45,000 worth of work. It was a very reputable, very well-known insurance company. And it was about $40,000 worth of work that they told us thought would have been about, I believe the figure was something like 17. The reconstruction alone cost me more than they were willing to pay for it. That particular project is one example, and there's several more like it. Now, in some cases, the homeowners did, unfortunately, the right thing. It's an unfortunate situation, but they either, would fight and we would help them with their insurance company, or, in that case, they would go and, take out a loan or do whatever they would have to cover their own debt. But that was a situation where the customer was in a financial position to be able to do that and make it right on their part. Unfortunately, some people either just aren't, and in some cases even just aren't willing to. They think that if they file an insurance claim that they shouldn't owe anything, though that, we're not affiliated with the insurance company or anything like that in any way. So it's a very complicated issue, and it led to me ultimately closing down the business.
Are most of your potential receivables from the insurance companies that you're working with or from the landowner?
Well, most of them are insurance claims, but ultimately the receivable would be against the homeowner themselves.
Okay. Well, I applaud you for not walking away from that debt and working hard to pay it back. I think that's admirable. Thank you.
I would I would just like to say too, it'd be much easier for me to do what my attorneys suggested and file a bankruptcy and send send Ryan a letter saying that we're not responsible for the debt. But that would be the right thing to do. So.
All right. So a couple of things. Mr. Bradbury was a subcontractor to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What did he do? What function did?
So at the time, what we would come in and do what's called the mitigation. So let's say if it was a water loss, anything that needed to be removed, cleaned, dried, anything like that, we would do. And then once anything that had been removed, flooring, sheetrock, anything like that needed to be replaced, he would actually come in and perform that function as a contractor and work under us.
Okay, so he's a subcontractor. How many jobs are we talking about that you're behind?
I believe the figure is 8 on this particular one.
And so those receivables were aging if you're 8 jobs back.
Yes.
Okay, and so did you file any maturement liens against the property?
On some of them we did not. Of course, one of them was actually a family friend, and we didn't on that one. But yes, liens were filed, and of course now it's all been handed over to the attorneys.
So you do have pending litigation against, or as far as go under, as far as maturement liens?
Yeah, I don't know that they've entered into small claims court or anything like that. Quite honestly, that's not my area of expertise, but yes, they are still working on collecting those debts.
Do you have any lawsuits filed against the insurance companies?
No.
Do you have any grievances with the insurance agents as far as filing with the Arkansas Insurance Commission or anything like that?
We do not, no.
Okay, so next question would be joint and severable liability. You have you have signed this note to Precision as an individual,
Yes, sir.
correct?
That's correct.
And also, so you signed it endorsing it individually as well as corporately, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so does that have joint and severable liability back to your wife?
I believe not.
So she's not paying out any of the commissions that she earns currently toward that debt?
No, as a matter of fact, when I originally started, we were not even married company.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Stoner, on your answer to Commissioner Moore's question, you said 8 on this one. Are there others?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if he was asking how many jobs myself and Ryan had worked together total or how many were a part of the lawsuit. That's what I meant.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Couple of questions. Having personally gone through disasters on my home, more than I care to count. And I have to believe that one of our commissioners, being an insurance agent, is chomping at the bit
Yeah,
to
she's
ask some
gonna-
questions here.
Better get ready.
But my home flooded at one point. And I had a claim with the insurance company, and they paid. I had a lightning strike and they paid. But in both cases, the insurance company sent an adjuster to adjust what they were willing to pay. And the contractor that did the work did not dive into it until they knew what that number was. So how did you end up in a situation where you're doing the work and then the insurance company, in the case that you shared with us, comes back and tells you, no, we're only paying 17,000 of what you believe is a $45,000 repair?
Sure. So first of all, I'd say we were an independent company, so we were not affiliated. We did not have any program work, anything like that. So what we would do is we operated like a business, like any other reconstruction business. We would come in, we would say, hey, this is how much it's going to cost us to do this. Look at, if depending on how long, depending on the situation, we would look at what the adjuster said as well. And then we would say, we can contact him, we can work this out. However, based on what we can see, there's no way that we can do it for this much. However, you're gonna have to work that out with your insurance company and we can help explain why and things like that. Do you still want to hire us? Ultimately, you are responsible. And they would say yes. And they'd sign paperwork on that as well.
When you got bit the first time, did you not think, hey, this business model isn't working?
Well, and that's it kind of all snowballed at one time. So Precision Construction and I did several years worth of projects together. And then these all happened in and around 2020. And it seemed to kind of happen all at once. It seemed to kind of happen specifically on the reconstruction side, which is we actually in 2020 stopped offering that service. Instead, we would just refer that out, but we would not touch it, handle it, and even be a part of it. Because that seemed to be where all of the, especially in 2020 with material costs rising, and if you remember that. So we did, we got wise to it, but probably not as quick as I would have liked to. But it tended to snowball. These things kind of started aging and happening, and they started stacking up. And of course, I'm an eternal optimist. I seem to think, oh, well, maybe it was this project and then it was another project. And then we said, hey, we got to do something here. And we just decided we were going to drop that service altogether. It wasn't worth it. It was 90% of our headaches and, about 10% of our revenue or less. So we dropped that service.
Well, I appreciate what you said, because I think anytime there is a flaw in a business model, it does tend to snowball. It becomes difficult to get a handle on it. And were you, is it safe for me to assume that you were subbing the reconstruction basically on a retail basis? And then in other words, this Precision company that was coming in and doing the construction side of it, they were charging you what they would charge a homeowner.
No, we had a system worked out to where they would charge me about 80% of what it would cost. That way we could come in and charge retail about what it would cost with anything else, still make a profit, but that profit would not be, it would not be to any extra cost to the end consumer. Whether that be the insurance company or the individual, which we also charge the same. So.
Well, quick question on something that Ms. Chavis asked you about that I want to make sure I'm clear about, because in the forbearance agreement, well, actually, first on 1-4 in the binder, which is your written report to the commission. You stated that down the second paragraph from the bottom, so far I've paid 73, 75, 35 of our judgment debt and plan on having the entire debt paid by the end of 2022. Now, the date on this is January of this year, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if we go over to 1-6, which is the forbearance agreement, down in number 2, it says that Precision agrees to this forbearance agreement so long as you provide the first installment of $2458.45 on or before October 31st, right?
That's
You
correct.
see that in midways, paragraph 2?
I do.
And then subsequent payments of $2458.45 by the 20th of each following month. So the 75 or 73.75 that you indicated that you paid so far basically would have happened by the end of last year.
That's right.
But have you paid anything this year?
I don't remember the exact date. I believe the 73.75 was actually paid early this year. I want to say February.
Well, this is dated, excuse me, this is dated January 6th.
Oh,
All
okay.
right, let me back up. Yeah.
Forgive me.
On 1-5, the top of your statement is dated, it says Tyler Stoner, 1/6/22. And you are stating that at that point you had paid 73.75.
Yes.
So have you paid anything since then?
No, between having to close the business, that was not only so that we could pursue real estate, but also just running a small business. We were beginning to fail. We were beginning to go down financially. Things were really hard. And that is also, between that and these debts, has put my family in a pretty bad financial bind. And so we actually had recently a pretty large check that was part of this that was supposed to be promised to us. That fell through, never came. And so we have not made any payments. And that's why we actually went back into the court system. Under a hearing, we renegotiated a new forbearance agreement to where we don't have, it's essentially, hey, our attorney said, allow my client to pay this off as we can, as we get these things in, so that we don't continue to forbear, and so that it keeps my client, which was me, obviously, out of a bankruptcy. Because again, that would be the easiest thing, and we're doing everything we can to get this paid off and do the right thing. It hasn't been
So
easy.
we don't have a copy of that forbearance agreement.
Not that I'm aware of.
And what does it say? Just basically, you're free to pay it off as you can, as you see fit?
It essentially says that I believe we have until March of next year to pay it off. And that's when as long as we do that, we don't incur any costs, any extra fees. And then I believe, I don't want to speak wrong. I believe it's six or 8 months after that, basically the end of next year. If we don't have it paid off by then, that's our final date to pay it off, is at the end of next year.
Then what happens?
Well, then they're free to collect in any way they see, so they can actually pursue any collection efforts.
Right. So when was this new order issued by the court? What month?
I believe it was either late March or early April. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Yeah. Gosh, I would think that'd be a date I could remember, but anyway, let's say the end of March, it's giving you till March of next year, right?
Yes.
To pay off. To basically pay off $60,000, right? I'm sure you've done the math on that.
It's a lot, yes, sir.
So how much a month?
It's to pay off $60,000, it's over $4,000 a month.
Yeah. It's 1,000.
Yeah.
In round numbers. So you've gone from 23 a month that you couldn't do to now 5,000 a month. It's doubling up on you.
It allows for some of the collection payments to be collected is the point. So that rather than all of our payments being out of our personal income, which we will do if we, for those that we can't be, that we aren't successful in collecting or whatever that looks like. But it also allows for some of these collection payments from these projects to get in. And so then we can also make, large lump sums. That one that I told you about was promised to us was 16,000 on that particular one. So.
But your testimony to Commissioner Moore was that you're not pursuing legally against any of these insurance companies.
The attorney is, I don't know specifically, I mean, they're working on, sending out letters and involved in the courts, but I don't know that we have pending lawsuits yet.
Okay. Answers my questions. You have any questions, Dean?
So I would assume that COVID-19 might have had something to do with maybe some of the collection possibilities and also holding up the courts. I know they're backlogged.
Correct.
Have you run into any of that? Did your attorneys say anything?
I don't know that my attorney said anything specifically about the courts, but I do feel confident that it played a major role in collecting too. Because when you've got, what's a global pandemic and then, people that owe us, a lot of these are not small jobs. A lot of these are tens of thousands. And so I would think that even people that at the time might have done the right thing, being additionally on edge, not knowing what the future holds, were not only more reluctant to make that happen, but were more willing to do whatever it takes to not do that.
So what does your attorney say to you? Does he think you have a good chance of collecting some of the funds?
Seems confident. It's hard to say for sure, right? I don't want to say that we know for sure, but we definitely at least have a good case. So all of the paperwork's in order. We did all the contracts correctly. So everything, there's nothing that should keep us from being able to get the judgments that we need.
Okay.
All right, any other commissioners?
Yeah, just, Mr. Stoner, one of the problems, it's what I don't have here. If you hear, here's what I hear. I mean, so you're saying you've reworked the deck, but we don't have a copy of that.
That's
You're
correct.
saying that we reworked that we have some material liens and judgments, but we don't have a copy of that. So we don't know, we have 8 jobs, but we don't know is what course of action you're pursuing on those material liens. And then you're telling us that there's some lawsuits, but you don't know. And we have nothing from your attorneys at all. And then the only way that you pay back a $5,000 per month, as Chairman Yates pointed out, is based on the lawsuits that's coming that we have nothing here from. And the burden of proof, sir, is on you. You got anything to help me with that?
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I don't have much to say other than really at this point, we've turned the collection over to our attorneys. We're doing everything we can. And again, the thing, the fact still stands that it would be easiest for us to just not even accept the debt and take responsibility I just want to take responsibility because it is my debt, even through an unfortunate situation. At the end of the day, I'm still the owner and it's still my responsibility. And I still hired Ryan. And so it's my responsibility to pay him, and we're just doing everything we possibly can to do the right thing and make the debt right.
And as Commissioner Post pointed out, I appreciate that. Okay, you could have taken the easy road, and I know it, and I appreciate that very much. At the same time, you're going into an industry that's highly intense about financials. Okay, this is a financial issue. This is a civil issue over finance. And you're asking us to allow you to have an access into financial worlds, and you have this pending judgment. And so we're listening to the business part. Your character's good, but the business part here, I'm missing. And I'm looking for you to help me bridge that gap, and I just can't find it. And so thank you.
All right, any other commissioners?
Yeah, one other question. Did you say your wife is a licensee, is an agent
She is at the same brokerage.
at the same brokerage?
Yes, sir.
Been licensed for how long?
I believe since September or October of last year.
Since when?
September or October of
September,
last year.
October. When did, you weren't married at the time of this judgment, or?
We weren't married when I started the business.
You weren't married when you started the business?
Correct.
You got married when?
2019.
Okay. All right. To a good part of the rough patch though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good.
Anyone else? Any follow-up, Ms. Chaffetz?
No, sir, I'd just like to call Mr. Saxon.
All right, please proceed.
Mr. Saxon, please state your name and employer.
Zach Saxon and Eagle Rock Realty and Property Management is where I'm the principal broker.
And you're here to speak on behalf of Mr. Stoner, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you known him?
I think over 5 years. Yeah.
And were you, before you heard all of the testimony today, did you already know the story?
Yes, I did.
And he disclosed that to you when he realized he was going to have to come before the commission to be licensed?
Before that.
Before that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're willing to, knowing all of that, you're willing to be his principal broker?
Absolutely.
And do you have any, you don't have any concerns about this outstanding debt that he owes?
No, ma'am, I don't.
And if the commission were to make the decision today to license Mr. Stoner, and there were some conditions placed on his license, would you be willing to enforce those provisions?
Yes.
And if those provisions weren't met, would you have any problem reporting them to the commission?
Not at all.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
Commissioners, any questions?
I do, Mr. Stoner, or, sorry, I do. Do you understand why the commission has heartburn with granting a license when someone has this kind of outstanding judgment? I don't think anyone here believes that there is any criminal intent or lack of moral character here. But the sheer fact that this much debt lays on top of someone coming into a commission business, that human nature being what it is, that sometimes there is this temptation to not tap the brake when I should, but keep my foot on the pedal. To lead someone in a real estate transaction because I got this load that I'm dragging around, and here's an opportunity maybe to lighten part of it. And so share your thoughts with me.
So I guess to respond to you and Tony, yes, obviously, I think that can be a temptation for anybody, even if they didn't have a large debt, It is a business where there's, potentially no caps on what you can make, but I do believe with my guidance, with Justin Watlington, my executive broker's guidance, and just the team at Eagle Rock, I believe that we can help Tyler grow when, there's opportunities to learn. I think this experience and what he's gone through, and just the whole experience, I think it's created perseverance in him, and knowing that he's really got to cross his T's and dot his I's when it comes to working with people. And Tony, you mentioned where's the bridge between where he was and where he needs to be. I do believe that myself, Justin Watlington, and the rest of our team can be that bridge, just because we do it for a lot of agents. We've helped a lot of clients be that financial, I don't know what the right word is, but just helping people understand that we know that you have issues. We know that you've made mistakes. I bought a $50,000 Jaguar when I was 20 years old, 2 years into this business, no money down at like 7% interest in a 7-year, things. It wasn't responsible. It was fun. But
Most mistakes are.
Yeah. But that was a bad choice. And it shouldn't have happened. But at the same time, I had good people around me. I had really good mentors who helped me to do well in this business. And ultimately it was that bad choice that pushed me to do better, and become smarter, and just trying to be a better leader because of those decisions. And I mean, we've been friends and, worked alongside each other for so long, because I believe Tyler is cut from the same cloth. Even though he's made some mistakes, I still believe he would be a good agent. And I believe he would do right by the people he serves, even if that means losing money occasionally.
So Zach, is he any guarantees for him and his wife, any guaranteed monies that's going, I mean, are they another commission from him before?
So we have 8 ways to make money as a licensed agent within Eagle Rock. And so he could technically not sell any property once he's licensed and still have 7 other ways to make money. So do you want me to name those?
Yeah, enlighten me.
Okay. Hopefully I don't miss any. One is leasing apartments. We manage around 750 properties within Central Arkansas. You make 25 to 50% of a rental unit's income. And so that could be $500 per apartment or home leased. Another way would be, if Tyler has friends in Fayetteville, we're hopefully opening up our Tulsa, Oklahoma location soon. But by getting other agents to our company, they can receive a referral off that person's business, not anything unlike EXP or Keller Williams. Also just locating potential clients and not necessarily representing them if they're, let's say if they're in Fayetteville or in Hot Springs and he is not particularly well-versed in those communities, he can make a referral because we have agents spread out. I'm forgetting our other.
You may be up to number 5.
I have them written down.
Okay. Well, here's my point.
Yeah.
How long have you had your company open?
A year.
A year.
Less than a year. Yes, sir.
Okay. Exactly. When did you open the doors?
I believe June 25th or 26th.
Okay. And Mr. Stoner's wife's been licensed since when?
Around
Same
September,
time?
September, October.
I was going to ask you a question that you probably can't give me the answer to. And that is, what is the average first-year agent made with your company? And you don't have a year with anyone. So were you an agent before you opened your company?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've been licensed for 8 years.
What's your experience that the average first-year agent earns in this business in their first 12 months?
On average or?
On average?
First 12 months, I would say $10,000.
So how in the world is a Mr. Stoner's wife as a brand new agent and him as a brand new agent in a year's time gonna cover $60,000 in debt? I would even say maybe they do 25,000 apiece. Unless their living expenses and taxes, he's probably better served to do something else right now. You say that you said that you're a good friend of his. I just don't think, given the monkey that's on his back right now, and is Mr. Stoner's wife full-time agent?
Yes,
And is he going to be a full-time agent?
if you guys grant him, yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have to do the math.
May I make
I
a,
just don't see it.
so in the past 11 months, our brokerage has done 55 million in sales. We're doing, I would say, extremely well, despite only being 11 months old, or however old we are, maybe 10 months. We teach our agents to not be average. If you look at our statistics, we're not average. If you look at, I'm 26 years old and have a decent size investment portfolio. And we teach people that they don't have to go by the averages of what's normal. We teach them to do vastly better than our competition. And I believe it is by burning all ships and coming on board full-time that he can actually, that can be what propels him to, make the money that he owes Ryan, and to, have continued success within this business, and maybe eventually starting or investing himself as well.
So you've done 55 million in sales since June of last year?
Yes, sir. We're hoping to do $250 million in sales this
Say
year. We're hoping to do 250 million in sales this year.
Okay.
Anyone else?
No further.
Ms. Chavis, any follow-up?
No follow-up, thank you.
Next witness?
Yes, sir. I'd like to call Justin Watlington briefly.
Come on up here, sir. Please proceed.
Please state your name and employer.
Justin Watlington, Eagle Rock Realty and Property Management.
And you're the executive broker there, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you've heard the testimony that's been given today?
Yes,
And how long have you known Mr. Stoner?
approximately 5 years.
And before you came here today, did you know about the situation he's in with regard to the default judgment?
Yes, I was informed by Zach.
And do you have any concerns about Mr. Watlington joining Eagle Rock Realty if he is granted a license today?
No, ma'am.
If there are restrictions placed on that license, do you have any problem enforcing them?
Absolutely not.
And if conditions aren't met, do you have any problem reporting them to the commission?
No.
And do you have any concerns about Mr. Stoner being involved in transactions that involve large amounts of money when he owes so much money to Mr. Bradbury?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain what kind of oversight you have at Eagle Rock Realty that would catch or prevent any type of financial malfeasance or misfeasance from taking place?
Sure. First of all, one of the things we require every agent in our brokerage to use our appointed transaction coordinator that we have on staff. So therefore, all documents and preparation of documents are done from contract to close by our in-house transaction coordinator. I personally train these coordinators that we use in our office, and alongside them am approving all files as they go. So this helps transparency and communication for all newly licensed agents so that they're able to focus on productivity versus the actual in and outs of contracts.
And how many real estate salespersons are a part of Eagle Rock Realty, particularly the location where Mr. Stoner would be working if he is granted a license?
Right now, I believe we're close to 30, 35 licensed agents or soon to be licensed.
And how many executive brokers?
We have 2 that work in office at the Conway location,
And one principal broker?
and Zach as
And-
well.
Okay. And do you have any type of weekly meetings where you check in with your licensees about the transactions that they're involved in and, you know, the status of those transactions and things that keep you up to date on what's going on?
So yes, with the transaction coordinator, that's one of my roles is we kind of have touch bases every day. We work in office together. Our offices are side by side to go through our files and talk about that. But as far as the weekly meetings, yes, we do Monday meetings with the whole company and team where we deal with various topics. Could be training, certainly could be transactions or things going on. It's kind of a round table. And then I also personally do our Friday trainings where it's whether it's actual contract training for new agents, or maybe it's, you know, something revolving around maybe negotiations, contract negotiations, different topics. And in those roundtables, we then discuss our ongoing files that we have currently for each agent.
So you use the pending cases as a training tool?
Absolutely.
Okay. How long have you been licensed?
I've been licensed, I believe, 2015, 2017, somewhere in there.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
Commissioners, any questions?
I just got a great idea. You mentioned teaching negotiation. I was just thinking, if, what if you guys purchase a note from the city? Know about this? What if y'all bought a note from Precision, say you had a 20% discount and had all right title interest to it, you purchased a note, say 52,000. And you don't get the proceeds from the insurance company when litigation's over with. And then you could handle that, and we take this third party out of it. Anybody interested in that?
It's hard enough to get rent sometimes from our 2-bedroom apartment, so I don't think I'd be interested in debt collection.
I just thought that's a great way to.
Not to be argumentative at all. I was just curious. You do contract training every Friday?
Not every Friday, but yes, that is when we would do it, is on a Friday.
And you typically do that, sir?
Typically,
So residential real estate contract, what's paragraph 17?
it's the other line, is that right?
No, sir. Third-party requirements.
Third-party requirements. Okay.
18?
I don't guess I have the memorized number.
You're okay. You're okay. I was
Sorry.
just curious.
You put me on the spot.
No, sorry, I did that. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Well, I'll ask about 14. Do you know what 14 is? Surely you know what 14 is.
You got me on the spot. I'm sorry, a little nervous.
Yeah.
Contingency.
It's contingency, yes.
Mhm.
In fact, 14 and 16 would be the two that you would drill down on that agents make more mistakes on than they do otherwise. How long have you had a broker's license?
This will be my first year coming up.
Okay, so you got it
Last,
when the company opened in
Yes.
June?
Mhm.
Okay. So, you're in Conway.
yes.
Where's the home office for Eagle Rock? Is that Missouri?
No, there is a Eagle Rock Realty in Missouri, but it's not affiliated with us. Conway would be our
Where?
home office. Conway would be our home office.
So you have only one office at this point, right?
No, sir. We have a branch here in Little Rock as well and in Fayetteville.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard of you and I'm from Fayetteville. So how long has that been there?
Just at a month. We have, I believe, 5 licensed agents there.
Okay. All right. No further.
Any other commissioners? If not, Ms. Chavis, any follow-up?
I'd just like to make a brief closing statement at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay,
Is this that time?
please proceed.
Thank you, commissioners, for your attention this morning. I would respectfully request, as I always do, that you take a look at the order and notice of hearing that's found behind tab A. If you would please find that the issues of fact 1, 2, 3, and 4 are true and that the issue of law has been proven during your deliberations, I would appreciate it. I don't think there's anything else that I could add. We've had extensive testimony and as always, you've asked excellent questions and I would just respectfully request that you take all that into consideration during your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavis. Mr. Stoner, as promised, you get the last word if you want to take it.
Well, I would just like to say, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to have the hearing and to be able to put, a face in the story and some context behind the situation. I would only ask that, forgive me, I would only ask that you see this as an opportunity for myself to make this right better than probably most other opportunities. The thing about the failures is without failures, we don't have any lessons. So I've been able to take these, I've been able to, even creating our business, I like to say we were very grassroots. We bootstrapped it from nothing. I didn't come from anything and I had to learn these lessons the hard way. I had a business coach at the time. When I told him about the lawsuit, he said, I got to pay the dumb tax. So I definitely did and still am. But this is my opportunity to make it right and to make it right by Ryan, by Precision, and just to do the right thing. I think this is a better opportunity after looking at what Eagle Rock's been able to do, what Zach's been able to do, and all the other agents. I think this is a better opportunity than anywhere else. And I definitely don't feel like I pose any sort of threat to the public in the dealings. And I would just hope that you see that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stoner. At this point in time, the commission's going to go off the record. They're going to deliberate. You're free to stay here if you'd like. You're free to get up and walk around if you'd like to. Once they reach a decision, they're going to come back on the record and announce it. We are off the record.
Okay, we are ready to go back on the record.
Are we back on the record? It's my understanding the commission has reached a decision in this matter.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Actually, Vice Chair Sparks has our motion. Oh, you're going to do it. Okay. All
We
right.
were fighting over who
We're
was
both
going to
gonna
make the
talk, it's
motion.
just one of them's going to do the motion.
All right, Commissioner Post,
Yes.
if I could, I would like to,
Yeah, he's going to read your motion.
I'd like to read your motion if I could. Commissioner Post's motion with regard to the issues of fact and law is as follows. The commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs A1 through A4. And the commission finds as proven the issues set out in paragraph 1 in terms of the issues of law. Furthermore, based on those findings and conclusions, the commission has determined to grant a license to the applicant, and he does meet the requirements for issuance of a real estate license under the provisions of ACA section 17-42-302. This decision is based on the condition that the applicant, Stoner, will be on probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure, and the applicant's principal broker be notified of the probationary period for the reasons set forth herein. You shall also notify the executive director that he or she has been made aware of the actions that are subject to this hearing. Same shall apply for any new principal broker the applicant is licensed with during the period of probation. That means, Mr. Stoner, if you leave within that 2-year period, you're going to have to let your new principal broker know. Have I correctly stated your motion, Commissioner Post?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, having heard the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Nay. Motion carries.
I will note for the record, the decision was in favor, a 3-2 vote. I will request staff to reduce the decision of the commission in writing. Make certain that Mr. Stoner gets a copy of it along with some sort of informational sheet that notifies him of his appeal rights, which I doubt sincerely you're going to be invoking. If there are no further questions or comments, yes.
I have no wires crossed. It's actually Vice Chair Sparks.
Absolutely.
Mr. Stoner, although we didn't agree unanimously to grant your license today, we did unanimously agree that your character is of good standing and we applaud that. I would implore you to research, to study, to investigate at any means possible to you how to be a good real estate agent, how to protect and promote the interest of the public. And I think I'm not speaking out of line when I tell you there's a lot of discussion in this group, in this room, about licensees needing help and needing advice and counsel. And we are all available to you should you need that. And we hope that you seek it out anywhere that you feel comfortable. And we wish you very well and much success.
And I would add to that also, the dissenting votes had nothing to do with you, Mr. Stoner, it had everything to do with that judgment. And the fact that it's hanging out there, and our approach has always been that if there is an outstanding judgment, to not grant a license until it's paid. And we've seen a variety of reasons and rationales for judgment. So you can walk out of here knowing that you've been made an exception today. And so please don't disappoint.
Thank you very much.
All right. Call this hearing to a close. Thank
At
you
this
all.
point, we're going to recess. Is, I understand, but we've been in here. Is the 11 here?
Yes.
Okay. A quick 5 minute, and then we'll come back in here and we'll pick up our 11 o'clock.
Thank you for clarifying that. I didn't want me to leave us hanging on that judgment.
Oh,
I'll introduce people who aren't even here. I'll just stick with, one-
Probably should read it into the record.
Right? Okay, a little housekeeping before we move forward here. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the commission's website. So with that said, Mr. Cox, correct? Okay. This is a formal hearing number 3783 in the matter of John Barry Cox applicant. At this point, I'll introduce some people, some in the room, some not, that will be participating today. I'm Commission Chair Doyle Yates. I'm from Fayetteville. I'm an industry member. To my left is Vice Chair Suzette. She is from Rogers, also an industry member. To her left, Dee Holcomb of Pine Bluff. Dee is a consumer member. To my right, Tony Moore. Tony is from Russellville, an industry member. And to Tony's right, Eugene Post of Fort Smith, and he is a consumer member. Other staff that may or may not be in the room: Andrea Alford, Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission; Melissa Goff, Deputy Director; Heather Garrett, AREC Supervisor; Udell Ward, Senior Investigator; Candace Riggins, Investigator; Sandy Egger, Executive Assistant; Julie Chavis, to my left, Assistant Attorney General for the state of Arkansas, representing Commission today; Amy Wade, Court Reporter; and back to the front on my right, Charles Moulton, who is our hearing officer. And so at this point, I will turn the hearing over to Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is styled before the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of John Barry Cox applicant, docket numbers FH 3783. And Mr. Cox, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please? All right, Mr. Cox, I don't know if your microphone is on. If you press, that's fine.
Is it on now?
Yeah, there it is.
John Barry Cox from Fayetteville.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Chavis, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
Mr. Cox, you are here not quite this afternoon, 5 minutes before this afternoon, and you have been patient while we went through the first hearing. You are representing yourself here this morning, sir, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you are ready to proceed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me take care of a couple of housekeeping matters if I could. The first one is I am going to go ahead and take judicial notice of both the statutes as well as the rules that are governing this proceeding. Specifically, Arkansas Code annotated 17-42-315G and Arkansas Code annotated 17-42-315F. And I have a packet of exhibits in front of me, A and B, and 1 through 4. Is that correct, Ms. Chavis?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Cox, you've seen these exhibits. I think you have a book right in front of you.
Yes, sir.
All right. You have an objection to the admission of these exhibits?
No, sir.
All right. Without objection, A and B and 1 through 4 are admitted. So we're going to have those published to the commission because they haven't seen these documents at all yet, sir. And while those are being handed out, let me explain to you briefly how the process is going to work. It's my understanding you met with Ms. Chavis just before the hearing. And although you technically have the burden in this case because you're asking for a waiver, you've agreed to let her go first and ask you questions to kind of smooth the way, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are doing a great job. We have a court reporter here. What's going to happen is Ms. Chavis is going to ask you questions. The commission will ask you questions. It's really important when you do get asked questions to give a verbal response for the court reporter's benefit as opposed to just a nod of the head. Ms. Chavis, any other witnesses besides Mr. Cox?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Cox, I'm going to have to go ahead and swear you in. This is a quasi judicial proceeding. Would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just to sum up a little bit, Ms. Chavis is going to ask you questions. The commission's going to ask you questions. Oh, yeah, I might have overlooked. Did you bring any other documents with you this morning that you want the commission to look at, or is that it?
That's it.
Okay. So once all the evidence is in, what happens is we go off the record, they deliberate. You're entitled to sit here if you want, listen to those deliberations. You can wander off. When they reach a decision, if you're not here, they'll bring you back and they'll announce it with a motion and a vote. If at any time you don't understand what's going on, if you get a question, let me know. One of my jobs as a hearing officer is to make certain that you get a fair shake in front of this commission and your story is fully told. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're doing a great job. All right, we are off the record. All right, we're back on the record. The commission has finished its review of the exhibits. Ms. Chavis, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Cox. Please state your name and address.
John Barry Cox, 2761 East Joyce, Fayetteville, 72703.
And Mr. Cox, you are a licensed real estate salesperson. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And today you are here seeking a waiver to be licensed as a real estate broker. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you employed?
Keller Williams
In Fayetteville?
is my broker. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your application for a real estate broker license, you answered yes to question number 5, which asks, have you ever been convicted of any crime other than a traffic violation? And you answered yes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go and drill into a little bit of the details of that. On or about February 10th, 2004, you pleaded nolo contendere in the 9th County Criminal Court at law in Harris County, Texas, to a Class C misdemeanor charge of assault. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And not to put words in your mouth, but this resulted, the charge came about when you were seeking to pick up your children for Christmas visitation from your former spouse. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And according to your statement, there was a little bit of trouble with you picking them up on time. You picked them up the next morning with the assistance of an attorney and law enforcement. And 4 days later, you learned that you had been charged with assault.
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am. Waited about 2.5 weeks to file the charge.
Okay. But she alleged that you had assaulted her during the exchange, the night before when you weren't successful at picking the children up. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I wasn't late.
Okay. Okay. So she waited about 3.5 weeks to file charges, and then you found out. And in Arkansas, a similar charge would be a disqualifying offense, and that's why we're here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you, in your own words, explain how the charge came about?
Yes, ma'am. On December 19th, 2003, I went to pick up my children. As usual, I had standard visitation. And this is the second Christmas in a row she tried to keep the kids during Christmas. And I went to the door. She wouldn't answer. Stayed there for quite a while. She finally came to the door. She said, one of the children's sick and they can't come. She did it Christmas before. We had words. She was at the door. I never touched her, not once. I've never touched anybody in my life. And so rather than get into it with her, I left. And I went, my next door neighbor is an attorney. I said, what should I do? He said, we'll just go back tomorrow and you'll have a witness. And so we happened to, this was at my old house. So the details are not all in here, but they weren't there. And I said, well, I know where they are probably. And he said, where? And I said, at my ex-father-in-law's house. And he's a billionaire. That doesn't mean much to people, I mean, in Arkansas, but in Houston, he's a pretty powerful guy. we went to their house with my neighbor, and we saw a neighborhood police officer. And we said, will you come with us? He said, sure, because I didn't want to go to the door by myself or with my neighbor without an official there with us. It's a pretty substantial neighborhood. So we went to the door with the officer, and he knocked on the door for us, and he said, Miss Cox, will you let Mr. Cox have his children for the Christmas holiday? She said, oh yeah, no problem. So the kids came with me. She never said one word to the police officer, nothing about some assault that didn't happen. So I had the kids for Christmas. It was a great Christmas, took them back to my old house where she lived. And we were divorced at the time. I had moved on, she had moved on, and so I was at my RE/MAX office, and I got a call from the Houston Police Department. And I said, is everything okay? And are my kids okay? They said, well, you need to come down and talk to us. I went down, I said, okay. I went down, and they said, your ex-wife has accused you of assault. And I said, I've never touched anybody in my life. What are you talking about? And they said, well, she showed a little bruise on her arm. And my ex-wife bruises pretty easily. And that 3.5 weeks over the Christmas holidays, there's no telling where she got that bruise, but it was not from me. And so we got in court. Am I going too much into detail?
No, you're
Okay.
doing fine.
Okay, so we got in court, and knowing I embarrassed my in-laws, my ex-in-laws. He's a very, very powerful guy. His name is Burden Lawrence. And so we got in court, and my attorney, Casey Kiernan, who I can't find now, I think he might have passed away, came over to me and he said, who is Burden Lawrence? And I said, my ex-father-in-law. He goes, well, this judge knows him pretty well. And I said, well, he knows pretty much every judge. He gives everybody money. And he said, well, they want to really hurt you in this deal. And I said, okay, what does that mean? He said, they might even go to a felony. I said, I've had one speeding ticket in my life. I'm from Arkansas. I lived in New York. I worked on Wall Street. They moved me to Houston. That's how I got to Houston. And so he said, look, just take this plea. They're willing to do this. Class C misdemeanor. It's a $300 fine. It's a traffic ticket. And I said, and he said, I'd like to bring your kids in. They were witnesses. And I said, no, we're not going there. And so I said, $300 Class C misdemeanor traffic ticket. I'll take it. That's fine. Not to have to bring my kids into it. I was married to her for 10 years, never had an incident ever. And so I took it, and then I moved back to Arkansas. My mother was real sick. Plus I wanted to get away from there, because if she ever accused me again, and they followed me around during the divorce, and I had moved on. And so I moved back, and I filled this out when I got my license, my sales license, when I first moved back, when I did move back to Fayetteville. And I said yes on that question. And wrote out a long letter, different than the one that's in here, a little bit longer. And I was accepted, and I took the test and got my license. And then that's what happened on the assault part.
Okay. And have you had any other involvement with law enforcement since
ma'am.
that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's my second and only mistake of my life. Big mistake of my life. I was going to Texarkana very late to see a client from Fayetteville. I was driving from Fayetteville to Texarkana, the Mena route. And that's a pretty harrowing drive. And if anybody's been down that highway. And so I was probably the only person. I was going to stay with a relative and meet with the client the next morning. And I was probably the only one on the highway, on the DeQueen Highway. And I got pulled over. And this officer said, open your door. I want to look in your car when you get out of the car. And I said, sure. I said, was I speeding or anything like that? And he goes, no, we're just going to check your car. And so I said, fine. And so this is work. Now, this one is my fault. Okay. And he said, let me check your car. And there was some tailgate stuff from a football game still in my car. He considered that an open container. I was not drinking. And he popped my trunk, and that's where the big tailgate stuff was. I'd forgotten, and that's stupid of me. And I take responsibility for that one. And so he said, will you blow into the deal? And I said, sure. And it was a really, really cold night, and I was really sick. I shouldn't even have gone. And I was blowing as hard as I could. And he said, you're not blowing hard enough. And he finally, after the second one, he said, that's it, DWI. And I take responsibility for that one, because I should not have gone with all that stuff in my car. I just didn't know it was under the back seat, and my trunk was full of stuff. And if I was him, I would think I was drinking and driving too. But he smelled no alcohol on me because I didn't have any. I wouldn't make that drive. I don't drink and drive anyway, never would. But you sure wouldn't do that even during the day. That's a pretty tough highway.
How long have you been working? Oh, let's see. You've been with Keller Williams Market Pro Realty in Fayetteville since approximately March 25th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And prior to that, you've been licensed in Arkansas since 2004.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was inactive in 2005.
Okay. And you are here today seeking a real estate broker license. Why are you seeking a real estate broker license?
I didn't think I needed one, but I got a call from a company in Denver. It's called Carr Healthcare Real Estate. They got my name from a friend of mine in Dallas, and all they do is tenant buyer rep for healthcare, all medical. That they have different verticals. They have 5 different verticals, meaning medical, dental, veterinary, optometry, and chiropractors. And all they do is the tenant buyer rep. They don't represent any sellers or any building owners or landowners. And so they flew me to Denver, and the reason they got my name is my friend in Dallas said, you need to call this guy. He knows the healthcare people in Arkansas. His brother's the head of UAMS, North Orthopedics, and they're building a huge facility up there. But his dad represented all the doctors, got sued for many, many years. He was attorney of the year once or twice. His name is Walter Cox. And so I'm not talking about getting to know it. Medical people because of my brother and dad. I just always have been around doctors. And so it was a pretty good fit. They didn't know that at Carr. He didn't really tell them all the details, but I got out to Denver and they interviewed me. They flew me out there, interviewed me, and they're pretty tough interview. And they said, we'd like you to stay here a few more days and train you on our systems. And I said, sure, because we want to hire you. So I came back to Fayetteville after that. I mean, I have cards and pens and everything. And I started getting emails from Carr and a couple, I think maybe from Heather. It didn't make sense, but they said, your broker will be in Oklahoma City. And I said, okay, it's Jeremy Burroughs. So you'll report to him. He's a really good guy. And so what happened then was I was about to start going out in the field, and I didn't feel comfortable with that because I was getting those emails, and I did not want to go to a doctor or anybody unless I was fully licensed. Then I finally talked to Heather. She said, well, the agent, the broker can't have an agent in Arkansas without living here. So Carr came back and said, look, you're very, very qualified. You're one of the most qualified people to be a broker. We'd like you to be a broker and work under him, be a broker in Arkansas and work under him, under his tutelage for, 6 months or a year. I said, fine, I'll take the test and do all that. And I didn't know this new law had gone through. And Am I going too much in detail?
No,
Okay.
you're
And
fine.
so- And so, because it is kind of complicated and for me anyway, so I put my paperwork through and but I answered yes to that question 5.
Okay.
And then I was rejected because of the new rule, new law. And so that's why I'm here.
Okay. If you were to be granted a waiver to become a broker, and there were conditions placed on your license because you had to come here today to get the waiver, would you have any trouble abiding by any type of restrictions that were placed on your license?
Absolutely not.
Is your position or is working for this company out of Denver contingent upon you having a broker license?
Well, yes, ma'am, because they can't hire anybody in Arkansas without having a broker here.
Okay.
So unless they find another broker that's willing to do it, that and I've already been trained, so they would rather, they really want me,
Okay.
but it is pretty good.
Do they know you had to come here today to get a waiver to be
Yes,
licensed?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've been forthcoming with all that
Oh, yes,
information?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Cox?
If you'll allow me. Sorry. So, Mr. Cox, I noticed in your license history in reviewing that you were licensed in my Fayetteville office, and I just wanted to go on the record per Ms. Chavis's recommendation. We have never spoken. If so, I don't remember that. Are you okay with me to proceed in this panel?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
I'm sorry, which office were you in?
Rogers, I manage our Rogers office. I'm glad that you remember me. I'm kidding.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
There's so many agents and brokers. It's gotten to be a big area.
Yes, sir. I remember you as well.
Okay, I should have just said yes. Sorry.
Any other commissioners? All right, Ms. Chavis, any follow-up?
No follow-up questions. I would just like to do my normal wrap-up.
All right, let me just ask Mr. Cox, because you are the requester here. Anything else you want to add before we gravitate into closing statements?
Yes, sir. On the license history, you'll notice that with Nickel Hill, that's when I first moved back to Northwest Arkansas. They opened a Bentonville branch, and that went under, or didn't go under, but they closed it. I still had to stay up in that area because of my mother. She was at long Addison's disease, which she since passed away from. But, and then after that, I went inactive to work for a medical device company, and then they got bought out. So I went back to Fayetteville because I moved there. And at Keller Williams, I went there. And then John David Lindsay's an old friend of mine, and he said, will you come to work with us? And I said, sure. And then Mom got sick again, and I had to move back up to Bentonville to be closer to her. And then she started being a little bit better. She was on the onslaught of Parkinson's and Addison's both at the same time. So it looks like I've been in a lot of different firms, but I really haven't. So then I was with Keller, and then I went inactive again because of my mother. And then I'm back at Keller again. So it looks like I've skipped around, but I really haven't.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cox. Based on that testimony, Ms. Chavis, any follow-up?
No, sir. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions from you? All right, Ms. Chavis, closing.
Commissioners, I'd respectfully request that you take a look at Exhibit A. It's the order notice of hearing during your deliberations. If you would please find that the issues of fact 1 through 4 are true and that the issue of law has been proven, I would appreciate it. We had a change in the law that necessitated Mr. Cox coming here and telling his story again. It was the same story that he told when he was licensed in 2004. As a matter of fact, you may notice that the exhibits from the court are actually stamped as received by this office July 13th of 2004. Ms. Garrett explained to me that she went back and pulled these from his file because they are so old that Mr. Cox could no longer obtain them from Harris County, Texas. So I just wanted to let you know that we've been through this process before, and those are the same documents that apply today as in 2004. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavis. Mr. Cox, you get the last word if you so desire.
Yes, my father's an attorney. I come from a family of attorneys and doctors, and I respect Arkansas law and rules and regulations. And I would be a very good broker, and I've never harmed anybody, and I'd be a very good broker and very, very meticulous in anything that I sign. I've seen brokers just kind of sign away. I wouldn't do that. I respect Arkansas's law like I respect the Texas law, and I'd represent the state very well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cox. At this point in time, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. Commission's going to go ahead and deliberate off the record. Those deliberations are open to the public. You're welcome to sit in on them, Mr. Cox, right there. But you can get up and wander if you'd like. No further questions or comments. I will call this part to a close. We're off the record.
I'll make a motion.
2 years?
No.
All right,
But.
let me.
Yes.
All right, we're back on the record. The commission has reached a decision in this matter. I'll turn it to the chair for motion and votes. Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion. Would you read my motion, please?
I would. Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Moore's motion with regard to the issues of fact and law is as follows. Commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs 1 through 4. Commission finds as proven the issues set out in paragraphs 1 and the issues of law. Furthermore, based upon those findings and conclusions, the commission has determined to grant the applicant a waiver request under the provisions of Arkansas Code annotated section 17-42-315 and allow a license to be issued to the applicant. There are no other conditions associated with that grant of waiver. Is that correct, Commissioner Moore? All right, have I correctly stated your motion?
You have, sir. Thank you. Commissioner, having heard the motion.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign?
I will note for the record, the decision of the commission was unanimous. I will ask staff to reduce it to writing. Mr. Cox, I know you're not going to appeal it, but protocol dictates that they give you a letter notifying you of what your appeal rights are. Commissioners, anything that you would like to add before I close it down?
Just that, thank you, Mr. Scott, you did a good job today, and the best of luck to you, sir. Go get it. Okay?
All right, we are off the record.
Congratulations.
Good luck, sir.
I'll get them up here for you. What, just that one?
I didn't know if you had already or not.
else to come before this commission
How you do?
in this hearing? Hearing none, this hearing is adjourned. No, we didn't know.
We just did.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Out there. Commissioners, we can-
I got her.